Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. And good afternoon and welcome to Lexington County Baseball Stadium in Lexington, South Carolina. It is a beautiful, sunny, warm day, temperature in the upper 70s right now, and we are set for some baseball here. It's the third game of the day here, and Swarthmore certainly happy coming off a come-from-behind 7-6 win, I believe, over Ithaca in the early game today. 7-6? I think so. Maybe 7-6. Hey, my brain isn't all scrambled at this point after a couple days of baseball here. But the Spartans will take the field and get set to go on what is their second to last day of play here at the tournament. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get you the starting lineups for the 6-4 Spartans and the 6-6 Swarthmore College Garnet. And we will get you all that information here in just a second as the Spartans, the home team, taking the field. First for the visiting Swarthmore College Garnet, leading off is the center fielder Lear Kedar. He'll be followed by the right fielder Aiden Sullivan and then the left fielder Matthew Silvestri. Catching is Benjamin Buckman. He'll back cleanup. Max Beedling, the designated hitter, hits fifth. Zach Kahn playing first base and batting sixth. Max Rothwarg, the shortstop, bats seventh. Nathaniel Kittredge will be the second baseman and batting eighth, and the third baseman will be Easton Tolson, rounding out the lineup in the ninth spot. Left-handed pitcher Joshua Ranke, the senior, taking the hill today for Swarthmore. We'll tell you more about him in the bottom of the inning. Defensively for the Spartans in this one, first baseman is Dane Camphausen. Second baseman is Franco Alonso. The shortstop is Nate Arterburn. And third base, making his second career start, is Calvin Gelly. In the outfield, left fielder will be Jay Smith today. Jack Anderson getting the start in center field. And in right field is Nick Harms. Doing the catching today for the Spartans is Sean Donahue. And on the mound for Case Western Reserve, making his first appearance on the mound this season, is Tyler Stilson, the sophomore righty, who was a big part of the Spartans' rotation last year, but this season focusing more on hitting and has not made an appearance on the mound, but he's ready to go today. The 6'3", 210-pound sophomore out of Chapel Hill, North Carolina, Chapel Hill High School. And he is completing his warm-ups as we speak and is just about ready to go here. Stilson was very effective last year. We'll get you some numbers on him here in just a second. But this season, he has been a huge factor at the plate for the Spartans and now trying to maybe see if he could find a role in the rotation as well. Last year, Stilson went 6-0 through 8 appearances, 6 starts. He had a 4.36 ERA through 33 innings of work. He allowed just 34 hits for a .262 opponent's average. He struck out 38 batters, walked 22. And we'll see what Stilson can do here today against a 6-6 Swarthmore team. And at the top of the lineup for Swarthmore is an impressive first-year player in Lear Kedar. He takes a called first strike, and we are underway. It's an 0-1 count on Kedar. Kedar has played great defense. We saw him in that first game against the Spartans in center field. He was brilliant in center field and has been getting it done with his bat, too. He's hitting at .375 this year with a home run and 7 runs batted in. Checks his swing, but takes a called strike, and it's 0-2. Stilson working from the stretch with the bases empty. Facing Kedar, here's the 0-2 pitch. And he overthrew that one a little bit as it heads into the dirt for ball 1. 1-2 the count on Kedar. Kedar has stolen 2 bases on 3 attempts. He's got 2 doubles, a triple, a home run so far this season. 6 hits and 16 at-bats. But he has looked fantastic out there. That one's up and in and misses well high for ball 2, 2-1. Stilson will hit in this game as well. No DH today for the Spartans. So that one misses away, 3-2. Technically, there is a DH. It's Stilson, and so should Stilson or when Stilson leaves the game, he'll still be able to stay, at least leaves the game from a pitching perspective, he'll be able to stay in and hit. 3-2 pitch. And it's low, ball 4, so after throwing the first 2 pitches in the strike zone, Stilson throws 4 straight out of the strike zone, and it results in a leadoff walk to Kedar. This is the second meeting between these two teams here in South Carolina. They'll play again tomorrow, but the first game, Swarthmore scored 9 runs in the first 2 innings, ended up winning 9-5. That misses outside for ball 1 now to Aiden Sullivan, who is hitting at .366 on the year. It's now 5 straight out of the strike zone for Stilson. Here's the 1-0. In the air, down the line and left, going back is Smith, and it is a foul ball. Ball called foul by the home plate umpire. The third base coach for Skidmore saying that it was fair. But no justice there. Another 1-1 to Sullivan. Nobody out, runner on at first. Stilson delivers, swung on. That one hit hard down the line, and that is foul. Up in the bullpen already for the Spartans is Jackson Brewer, but I think he's just on a throw day. I don't think he's warming up to come into the game. Now here's the 1-2. Ground ball hit towards second and through for a base hit. Kedar rounds the corner at second. He'll try for third. Here comes the throw, and it gets away, and the runner will move up an extra base. So that'll be a base hit and an error to advance the runner. The argument from Swarthmore coach is that that should be an extra base because it hit the bullpen net. So it'll be second and third, no one out. And this is a situation similar to what the Spartans got into their first matchup against Swarthmore, where Swarthmore jumped on top of Case Western Reserve early in that one. And the Spartans, while they played well the rest of the game, pitched better the rest of the game, could not get out of that early hole and seem to be sliding into that again here as they're 2 on, nobody out. Batter of the plate is Silvestri. Matthew Silvestri, a .308 hitter on the season with 9 runs batted in. It's a 1-1 count. Two and one now the count. That ball hit towards third. Gelly with a chance, has it and throws it right on target to first for a big first out. And most importantly, he holds the runners in their spot. Good job by Gelly at third base. Again, the youngster getting tested out there in the first inning. Stilson has played the majority of his time at third base, but obviously with him pitching here, the Spartans need to turn to some different options and giving the freshman a chance today. That one misses inside, and it's ball one to the catcher, Benjamin Buckman. Now the 1-0. Foul tipped, and it's 1-1 on Buckman. Buckman, a .293 hitter, 2 home runs and 6 RBIs this season. Got a chance here to drive some runs in. Hits that in the air softly towards first. Camphausen has it, but no play. And that'll be an infield single for Buckman to bring across the first run of the game. So not a hard hit ball, but it does result in a run coming in. And it's 1-0. Swarthmore takes the early lead against the Spartans again. So first and third down with one away. Take a look at that play again here as it comes up. I want to see. I don't know if Stilson got caught chasing the ball instead of getting over to first base there. Curious to see on a replay. As the first pitch on the way to Beedling. He squares to bunt. Gets it down out in front of the plate. Stilson has it. His only play is at first. And he makes the play there successfully. He'll go as a sacrifice bunt to get the run in. And so it's 2-0. Buckman moves into scoring position. So 2 outs now, and Zach Kahn will be the batter. Kahn, the first baseman, hitting a .206, 4 runs batted in, takes a called first strike, and it's 0-1. Yeah, Stilson was a little slow getting over to first base, kind of paused there, and that cost him any chance at a play. That being said, I'm not sure the Spartans make a play there regardless. That ball was kind of hit into no man's land. Fouled off by Kahn, and it's an 0-2 count. And now Stilson, a pitch away from getting out of the inning with just those 2 runs in. Here's the 0-2. Ground ball hit hard towards the middle. Gloved nicely there by Arterburn. He was playing perfectly. And his throw into first is on target to get the out. So that ends the inning, but Swarthmore strikes first with 2 runs on 2 hits and an error. We'll move along into the bottom of the first inning, and the Spartans are coming to bat for the first time today as they'll try to answer back quickly. Let's go ahead and get you the batting order for Case Western Reserve today. Leading things off is the center fielder, Jack Anderson. The first baseman, Dane Camphausen, bats second. Tyler Stilson will be hitting third today, and then it'll be Nick Harms playing right field and batting cleanup. Franco Alonso, the second baseman, is in the 5 spot. Jay Smith, the left fielder, hits 6th. Sean Donahue, the catcher, will bat 7th. Calvin Gelly, the third baseman, in the 8 spot. And Nate Arterburn, the shortstop, bats 9th. Defensively for Swarthmore today, it'll be Lior Kedar. It'll be Zach Kahn playing first base. Nathaniel Kittredge over at second. The shortstop is Max Rothwarg, and the third baseman is Easton Tolson. In the outfield, left fielder is Matthew Silvestri, center fielder is Leor Kedar, and the right fielder is Aiden Sullivan. Doing the catching is Benjamin Buckman, and on the mound is the lefty Joshua Ranke, who has made just one appearance this season. And in that one appearance, allowed a walk and a hit batter and then was taken out of the game. Did not record an out, but also did not allow a run. So we'll see what Ranke can do here today. Ranke is a senior. He is out of Williamsport, Pennsylvania. A lefty, went to Loyalsock Township High School. That's a good name for a school. Last season, made 9 appearances, including 6 starts. He was 0-1 with an ERA of 8.72. Through 21 2/3 innings, he gave up 24 hits for a 286 opponent's average. Walked 23, though. That's over a walk an inning, which is normally a rough sign. He also hit 6 batters. Struck out 17 in those 21 2/3. So we'll see Ranke, what he could do here in his first start of the season. Again, made 1 appearance this year. That came against Berry in a loss. And again, faced just 2 batters. Walked 1, hit the other, and his day was done. He'll have a tall task here today with some tough hitters in the lineup for the Spartans, starting with Jack Anderson. Anderson batting at .310. He did a little bit of everything yesterday, including a 9th inning home run that ended up being a key insurance run for the Spartans, as he takes that down at the knees for a called strike, 0-1. Anderson also picked up a save in the second game yesterday. So he caught 16 innings, and the final inning, I should say, in each of the games the Spartans played yesterday closed out. That's outside for a ball, 1-1. Jack getting a little bit of a reprieve today. He'll be playing center field, take some pressure off his knees and his arm too, frankly. Here's the 1-1. That ball sent in the air into center field, and it's down for a leadoff single. And so Jack Anderson gets the Spartans started here in the first with a leadoff single. That'll bring Dane Camphausen to the plate. Camphausen starting to hit a little bit more, but not exhibiting the same power he showed earlier in the year. Again, that pace was sure to slow down at some point. You can't average a home run per game forever, but he's been held in the ballpark since coming down here to South Carolina. Takes a big cut there, swings and misses, and the count is 0-1. Dane has always had a big swing, and he's always been a guy who will pick up his share of strikeouts. He's got 13 this season and 44 bats, but since he's come down here, from my amateur opinion, that swing has gotten a little bit longer at times, as he's a little less locked in maybe at the plate, especially early in the count. But that's where Dane really becomes a free swinger. Tends to lock down as he gets 2 strikes on him. That ball hit towards second, could be 2 to second for 1, and the second baseman will hold on to it. The shortstop will hold on to it. The throw was a little errant, and that means that there's no chance to get Camphausen at first. Frankly, I'm not sure they would have gotten Camphausen anyway. He's a pretty good runner for a man of his size. All 6'8", 260 pounds of Dane coming thundering down the first baseline. Now bring up Tyler Stilson, who has a chance to help his own cause here at the plate. Takes the first pitch up and out, 1-0. As good as Stilson was last year at the plate, he has taken it to a new level this year. 439 hitters so far with a home run and 9 runs batted in. Called strike to Stilson, makes it 1-1. Spartans are going to have to make a decision on Stilson at some point, how much they want him to pitch this year. 2-1. You know, it's every baseball fan knows the story of Babe Ruth, how he was a great pitcher for the Boston Red Sox, but eventually specialized in being a hitter, and that's when his career really took off. And for Stilson, while, now I guess the modern take on it is the Shohei Ohtani experience, which is something that no one in the game has ever done, where they could be a dominant pitcher and a hitter. That one misses down and in, 3-2. But it's rare. It's tough to do. It's, you're practicing for two positions. That ball hit in the air towards the gap in right center field, and that's going to get down for extra bases. Rounding the corner at third and coming for the plate is Camphausen. He'll come in standing up, and it's a one-out RBI double for Shohei Stilson over at second base, and the Spartans are back in this one. It's 2-1. Meanwhile, the speedy Dane Camphausen scoring from first on that one. Again, Dane, he can surprise you with his speed. And there are not very many people his size that are able to score like that. That ball hit down the first baseline, and it's fair. Nick Harms continues to hit. That'll tie the game as Stilson comes around to score. Harms goes sliding into second. Back-to-back doubles for the Spartans, who on two swings have tied this game up. It's now 2-2. The other nice thing is that Stilson will get a nice little breather here on the bench. Although he's currently holding on to his bat, giving a little bit of advice to Jay Smith here. Come on, Tyler, take a load off. Get off your feet, man. Just rounded the bases here. Got to pitch again in a little bit. Now bring Franco Alonso to the plate, and he has been as hot as anyone, maybe south of Nick Harms on this team since coming down to South Carolina. Alonso taking a ball there, and it's 1-0. Franco hitting at 432. Time called. And I think there's an open gate out there. And so the left fielder will jog over and close that utility gate along the left field line. You don't want the cows getting out. Well, having some trouble closing it. Do we have a locksmith on call at all, or... There we go. So after the gate malfunction, we should be set to restart play here shortly. One and 0 count on Alonso with the potential go-ahead run in scoring position at second, and that hit him. Mentioned that Ranke over his career has struggled with accuracy. That's his first free pass of the day. Comes on a hit by pitch, and there's now 2 on, 1 away for Jay Smith. Smith has quietly put together a nice start to his season. He's 8 for 21 at the plate with 5 runs batted in. Smith even getting the start here today against a lefty. Called strike to Smith, and it's 0-1. See if Jay can come through here. The senior, really good contact hitter. Runner goes, great lead for Harms, and the throw won't be in time. Trying to take second as the trailing runner is Alonso, and it's a double steal as he gets in there safely. So the Harms, who has been running the bases just fantastically this entire trip. I mean, next level base running intelligence for Nick Harms. He kind of took a walking lead, and once he saw he got a break, he just took off for third. That's a called strike to Smith, and it's now 1-2. in a situation where if you're Jay, you've got to try to make some contact here. Bring that run in now with second and third and one away. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Came with a high breaking ball, did Ranke. And Smith chased it up and in, and that'll be the second out of the inning. So 2 gone now for Sean Donahue. Donahue will be making his 3rd start of the year. Spartans, I know the coaching staff loves Sean. And we could bring to the plate, and there you go. Base hit up the middle for Donahue. First pitch swinging. 1 run in to score. Here comes Alonso. He'll score as well. And Sean Donahue ambushing Ranke on the first pitch. Singles up the middle. Drives in 2. And the Spartans, with 4 first-inning runs, lead 4-2. So Case Western Reserve answering back. I was going to say, the Spartans really like Donahue. He just has the unfortunate, happenstance of playing the same position as one of the greatest players in program history, Jack Anderson. Here, Donahue's going to get caught up, and he'll get thrown out trying to steal. So that'll go down as a 1-3-6 caught stealing, and that will end the inning. But the Spartans score 4 runs on 4 hits, and they'll take the lead here after 1. It's 4-2. Bottom of the order in the bottom of the second for Swarthmore. Rothwar, Kittredge, and Tolson due up when we come back. Well, Tyler Stilson got the backing of his offense in the first inning, of which, frankly, he was a part of. But RBI doubles for Stilson and Harms. A 2 RBI, 2-out single for Sean Donahue. And the Spartans, after trailing 2-0 after half an inning, have taken a 4-2 lead as we move into the bottom of the first. He'll face the bottom of the order here, and this is one of those innings. So if you are Stilson right now, this is the stopper inning, if you will. It's the inning that after your team comes back, scores 4 runs, gets a little backing for you, this is the inning where you want to turn around and say, you know what? We're going to get our bats back up to the plate here as quickly as possible. Try to throw a 1-2-3 inning. And that's what you're always trying to do, so I know that it's easier said than done, but just mentally, this is a big inning for Stilson and the Spartans. First pitch misses up high to Max Rothwarg. Now the second pitch, he grounds over to short. There to get it is Arterburn. His throw to first is right in there for the out. And there's one gone. Now it'll be Nathaniel Kittredge, a .297 hitter on the year with 7 RBIs. First pitch down Main Street for a called strike, 0-1. Ground ball towards short again. Long throw for Arterburn. Gets it there in time. 2 gone. Nate Arterburn, who again is a good defensive player, was maybe not playing up to quite the standard he set last year earlier on, but boy, his last 3 games, he has looked fantastic at short. The arm, the glove. And a strike to start off the at-bat to the 9-hitter, Tolson, 0-1. Tolson has driven in 8 runs this season. 4 of those came against the Spartans in the first game these two played against each other on Saturday. Called strike and the count goes to 0-2. Outside, 1-2. Stilson, a strike away from a 1-2-3 inning here. And the Spartan bats come back up and get to work. Ground ball to short. Where else? Charging is Arterburn, and it gets past him. And that'll allow a base runner. That'll be an error on Arterburn, who otherwise has been playing really, really well. Figures. I just went on a nice long speech about how the defense Nate was playing. But, again, those are going to happen. That's when it's a tough play. You got to charge, scoop, throw in one smooth motion. So there'll be a runner on at first and 2 away now for the leadoff hitter, Liar Kedar, who pops that up to center field, and that'll end the inning in a really nice inning for Tyler Stilson, who works around the 2-out error, and we're through an inning and a half. 4-2, Spartans leading, bottom of the order due up when we return. Calvin Gelly set to lead things off here for the Spartans in the second. It'll be Gelly, Arterburn, and Anderson due up for Case Western Reserve, 8, 9, and 1 in the order. Gelly looking for his first career hit. He's 0 for 3 to start his career. Get the start at third today. Called strike to Gelly, and it's 0-1. Bottom of the second inning, Spartans are leading 4-2 the score. 4 runs in the bottom of the first inning for Case Western Reserve after a 2-run top of the first for Swarthmore. Get the feeling that the Spartan bats are really starting to round into form right now. I got some more work to do on this trip, though. 2 more games here in South Carolina, including today's game, and then they'll head off to Marietta, where they will play Wittenberg on Friday, and then Johnson and Wales and Marietta on Saturday before heading back to Cleveland. Another one up high, 3-1. Gelly out of St. Louis, Missouri, John Burroughs High School. That's a good athletic program. And a little low, ball 4. Gelly draws the walk. And we'll see what Gelly could do on the base paths here, as Nate Arterburn will be the batter. We'll see what Arterburn is doing at the plate. Nate's hitting a 167 on the year. We'll see if he's looking to move the runner over. They're playing him back at third base. Now they'll sneak in. Tolson takes a few steps towards the grass. Pickoff attempt at first, not in time. Another pickoff. Let's see, you always have to watch the lefties on pickoffs. They sometimes could throw a couple different moves at you. That time to the plate, Arterburn gets that one foul as he attempts the sacrifice bunt, and it's 0-1. Gelly will take his lead from first. Already one, technically it's a caught stealing, not a pickoff. And yeah, you could see he's got a bit of a deceptive move there. Again, technically, Donahue did not get picked off. He got caught stealing because he wasn't going back to the base. He was moving to the next base, but still tells you how good that move is that Ranke possesses. And especially if you're going to deal with a lot of traffic on the base paths, having a good pickoff move can be especially useful. Arterburn squares to bunt, pulls it back, and swings and misses. Runner will go. The throw, plenty of time, but I thought maybe Gelly got the leg in there, but he didn't. And he's caught stealing 2-6. So 1 out now, base is empty, and a 1-2 count on Arterburn. That ball sent in the air, shallow center field, base hit for Nate Arterburn. Good piece of 2-strike hitting. So the Spartans, after the caught stealing, get a base runner right back. A runner on now with 1 away. And Jack Anderson will come to the plate. Anderson singled in his first at bat. Got the average up to 326 now. 2 doubles, 2 triples, 2 home runs. He's driven in 8. Again, a pickoff at first. Arterburn yet to attempt to steal this year. Called strike to Anderson. It's 0-1. That misses ball 1. 1-1 the count on the center fielder in today's game, Jack Anderson. Remember, he caught both games of the doubleheader yesterday, with the exclusion of the 9th inning of each, which he pitched. Here's the 1-1. Nope. Pickoff attempt at first again. I love watching a lefty with a good pickoff move, and especially one who knows what they're doing with it, because they're really good lefties and lefties who are picking people off. They have the two moves that they go to. Anderson couldn't hold up there, and it's 1-2. You know, they'll give you that fake move that, you know, sometimes it's still a pretty good pickoff, but it'll be that slower move to first. And they'll go with that quicker move that usually is effective at catching a runner off guard. That's up high, 2-2. Anderson with a 2-2 count. Ranke sets and delivers. And a swing and a miss, strike three. Dropped the breaking ball off that outside corner, and Anderson went chasing for the second out of the inning. So that'll bring Dayton Camphausen to the plate. Camphausen reached on a fielder's choice and scored a run in his first time to the plate. Takes that down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Camphausen batting at .422. He's driven in 16 runs this year. He has 1 double, 7 home runs. And Arterburn not taking very many risks there. Was not far off the base on that pickoff. Welcome back as we get set to begin the top of the third. Aiden Sullivan leading things off. First pitch on the way, and it's down and in for a ball, 1-0. Tyler Stilson allowed 2 runs in the first, one of them earned. Held Swarthmore scoreless in the second, trying to keep that going. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1 on Sullivan. Sullivan 1 for 1 with a hit and a run scored. That pitch low, 2-1. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 in the order for Swarthmore here in the third. Sullivan, Silvestri, and Buckman. Ground ball, first base side, foul. And the count evens 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Chopper, foul. .35 pitches for Stilson, including the 5 he's thrown so far to Sullivan. Here's his 36th of the day. Swung on ground to first. Camphausen. Big Cat got a glove. Takes it to the bag himself, and there's one gone. Nice job by Dane on a hard hit ball down that first base side. So 1 away now, and that'll bring up Matthew Silvestri. Silvestri 0 for 1, grounded out to third his first time up. First pitch up high for a ball, 1-0. And the count goes to 1-1. Silvestri, 9 runs batted in this year. He has 1 double, the only extra base hit among his 12 hits this season. Foul back, and it's 1-2. Stilson from the stretch. Here's his 1-2. Ground ball hit toward short. Another chance for Arterburn. He gloves and throws. And it's over there for the out. 2 gone. So the batter now is Benjamin Buckman with 2 outs and the bases empty. Buckman is single and an RBI his last time up. He's hitting at .310 on the season now. That one sent fouling out of play. 0-1 on Buckman. Buckman out of Chapel Hill, North Carolina, East Chapel Hill High School. Maybe these two know each other. He's a senior, a couple years older. But gotta imagine, I am no expert in North Carolina high school baseball, but at least sounds like East Chapel Hill and Chapel Hill should probably be rival schools. 0-2 the count on Buckman, the left-handed hitting catcher. See if Stilson can finish him off. Here's the pitch. Up high, good fastball. Changing the eye level there. Came with a high fastball. Got to try to throw him something down and away now, right? Stilson shakes off a sign, gets pitch he likes. Donahue sets up on the inside portion of the plate and kind of like that inside fastball there, actually, even though it misses. 2-2. I think now you're sort of locked into maybe throwing a breaking pitch here just so you're not showing Buckman 3 straight fastballs. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's what Stilson came with there, and it works out. So 1-2-3 inning for Stilson, who hasn't allowed a hit to the last 9 batters he's faced. And we'll move along into the bottom of the third. 4-2, Spartans leading. Due up for Case Western Reserve. Heart of the order is Stilson, Harms, and Alonso when we come back. Joshua Ranke back out on the mound. The lefty had a rocky first inning in which he gave up 4 hits in the frame, allowed 4 runs to score, but has settled down nicely since. Worked around a walk and a single last inning. As the first pitch on the way outside for a ball to Stilson. As the count goes to 1-0. Stilson helped his own cause, got the Spartans on the board with an RBI double and scored the game-tying run back in the first inning. Ground ball this time hit to short, takes a friendly hop there for the shortstop. Throws a little low, but dug out nicely. As Rothward threw that over to the first baseman, Kahn, for the first out. And 2 pitches into the inning, Ranke has his first out of the frame. First time he's retired the leadoff batter today. And now Nick Harms, who continued his tear at the plate with an RBI double and a run scored his first time up, awaits the first pitch from Ranke. Pitch missed a little high. I think the catcher, Buckman, wanted a called strike. Called strike, and it's 1-1. Pitch to Harms, swung on, and that's through for a base hit. Nick Harms just keeps on hitting. So 1 out and a runner on. Harms, again, a stolen base threat. He has a stolen base already today. He's got 3 on the season. Hitting here or running here with Franco Alonso on deck. And the fastball at the knees for a strike to Alonso, 0-1. Bet you we get a throw over here before the next pitch. Harms dances off the bag. There it is. Yeah, again, it's fun to watch Renke because I think he's got a real good idea of what he's doing on the mound. Bet you we get another throw over here. Let's see. Nope, to the plate this time. Up high, 1-1. Yeah, again, it's... I love watching pitchers control the running game, and again, sometimes you see guys do different things. They vary their time to plate, and second time through the order now for Renke. I think what he's doing is varying how he uses that pickoff move. Before he was throwing the pickoff a lot early in the count. Now maybe he spaces it out a little bit more. There's a little bit of a different look from him. A quick throw over. That ball gets away. Ball 3, moving up to second on a wild pitch is Harms. And now Alonso is batting at .432 on the season. He's hit by a pitch his first time to the plate today. Here's the 3-1. And Alonso, late decision to swing there, fouls it back. And it's a full count, 3-2. Here's the pitch. And it hit him. Alonso hit by a pitch for the second straight trip to the plate. We'll be on at first. It'll be first and second now for Jay Smith. Smith struck out swinging his last time up with runners at second and third. Smith with a long look down at Matt Englander at third, who flashes some signs to both Smith and the runners before Smith stands in. Nothing cooking on the first pitch as it's a called strike, 0-1. Sometimes that could be a little bit of a giveaway when the coach starts flashing signs and you see everyone just turn and kind of pause as that one goes all the way to the backstop and everyone will move up a base. So another wild pitch. Harms and Alonso each move into scoring position now for Smith, who finds himself in a very similar spot to when he hit his last time up with second and third and one away. See if Smith can cash some runs in here, help expand that Spartan lead. That ball poked at by Smith. And sends it foul. It's 1-2. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. Smith down swinging for the second straight at bat. And once again now, Sean Donahue will come to the plate. Donahue, who is now 3 for 9 on the season, picked up a 2 RBI, 2-out single his last time up. He jumped on the first pitch from Renke. We'll see how aggressive he is here. First pitch to Donahue. He takes it down and out, ball 1. Called strike, 1-1. And sends that fouling out of play, and it's a 1-2 count now on Donahue. Donahue, the junior out of Durham, North Carolina, Durham Academy. In his third year on the team. Again, has played sparingly for his first 2 years, and that's not for a lack of talent. It's just trying to find a spot for him in the lineup. That one's low, gets away. Harms is going to try. No, Harms will go back. Harms came a couple steps down that line. Again, he has been very aggressive in his base running this entire stretch. It's really been fun to watch. There, though, decides better of trying to score on the play. So it's a 2-2 count now on Donahue with 2 outs and 2 men in scoring position. 2-2 pitch. That ball foul. Count stays at 2-2. These two teams will meet for a third and final time of the week tomorrow. That game now a 9:30 start. Again, we're starting at 9:30 tomorrow morning, as the Spartans will face the Garnet and conclude their time here in Lexington. That ball goes all the way to the backstop. Here comes Harms. The throw comes to the plate, not in time. Harms is safe as the throw is a little errant. Collided with the pitcher, Ranke, but fortunately everyone okay. Meanwhile, the wild pitch brings across the 5th run of the game for the Spartans. And it's now 5-2, Case Western Reserve leading. And it's now a 3-2 count on Donahue. And a called strike 3 to end the inning. But the Spartans get another run on a single by Harms, who eventually comes around to score after 3 wild pitches. And we'll move into the 4th. Case Western Reserve on top by 3. 5-2 the score. Spartans leading. It'll be Beedling, Kahn, and Rothwarg due up. 5, 6, and 7 in the Swarthmore order when we return. Case Western Reserve University leading 5-2 over Swarthmore as we move along into the 4th inning. Spartans adding a run to their lead as Nick Harms scored on a base hit and 3 wild pitches. And now Tyler Stilson, with an extra run to work with, will face the 5, 6, and 7 hitters. As the first pitch fouled back, 0-1. One offering. That's in there for a strike, 0-2. 5-2 the score. As the 0-2 swung on, grounded towards second. Big hop for Alonso, but he plays it well and throws on to first in time to get the out. And Stilson has one retired here in the fourth. Stilson has now retired 9 of the last 10 batters he faced. The only blemish in that stretch was a runner who reached on an error. This is more or less as good of a start as we've seen so far from a Spartan pitcher, even with the 2 runs allowed in the first. That one misses down low for a ball, 1-0. Zach Kahn at the plate. Kahn 0 for 1 and hitting at 200 on the season. That went at the knees, called strike, 1-1. Just above the letters, 2-1. Ground ball to second again. Alonso, a little bit more of a routine play there. Scutters to his left and throws on to first to get the second out of the inning, and they're 2 quickly retired. Swarthmore playing their second game of the day. The first one was a fun one to watch. Swarthmore was down 4-2 heading into the top of the 9th inning against Ithaca. They scored 5 runs in the top of the 9th, ended up winning 7-6. It's a called strike to Max Rothwarg, and it's 0-1. Stilson looking for his second straight 1-2-3 inning. Foul back, 0-2. Stilson now needs just one more strike to set down the side in order here in the fourth. Next pitch will be his 55th of the game. A good job managing his pitch count. That one sails a little high, 1-2. I think that's the pitch from Tyler that maybe you could see him, if you can give him any critique today, that you'd like him to be a little bit more competitive with that 0-2 pitch, although I get what he's trying to do there. Swing and a miss, strike 3, that's what he's trying to do. I'll expand on that here between innings as the play made at first for the final out. Yeah, and so, you know, I think I'll stay with you here to expand on my thought as Stilson sits the side down in order, gets that strikeout. So that he gets ahead in the count 0-2. We've seen him do that a couple times today. And then he tends to throw that next pitch, a fastball up high. We're going to get a new pitcher coming in here for Swarthmore. But that next pitch, that 0-2 pitch, tends to be a high fastball. And while the idea is, and I totally agree with it, is that you want to try to change the eye level of the hitter, and it really works well with the stuff that Tyler has. I think you could be a little bit more competitive with that pitch. What do I mean by that? Get it a little closer to the strike zone, because that's the kind of pitch that even if a guy hits it, it's not going to go very far. You want him swinging at it. But again, it's also, he paired that nicely with the breaking pitch, and you put those two things together, and you're going to get a lot of outs with it, just like we've seen today from Tyler Stilson, who's been fantastic. New pitcher on the mound for Swarthmore. We'll tell you about him. It's Michael Lewis, a sophomore righty out of Glen Allen, Virginia, the Stewart School. And we'll get you some numbers here on Lewis, if I have any for you. I don't think I do. I believe this is the first time Lewis has pitched this year. Let me see what we could pull up on the website. Yeah, so Michael Lewis, the sophomore, making his season debut. Last year, he appeared in 9 games out of the bullpen, was 1-0 with a 7.50 ERA. In his 12 innings of work last year, he gave up 15 hits, walked just 7, though. He did allow 10 earned runs, 15 total. Opponents hit .313 against him. So again, just looking at Lewis last year, was around the strike zone a lot, but did give up a lot of hits. Had a whip of about 1.75 using a little rough math there. So again, you're talking about an average of give or take 2 base runners an inning, which is on the higher side. We'll see what the Spartans can do here against him. Again, Lewis now in his 2nd year, making his season debut for Swarthmore. And he'll face the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Spartans. It'll be Gelly, Arterburn, and Anderson due up. As that one misses down low for a ball, 1-0. Gelly drew a walk his first time off, but was caught stealing second. That one grounded towards first, takes a crazy hop, and the first baseman makes a nice play, flips it to the pitcher in time to get the out. Zach Kahn with a really nice play to stay with that one. And he robs Gelly of his first collegiate hit. It's one of those that just came up and bit him. He not only did he stay with it, but he struggled a little bit just to get back to his feet. But again, a good job by Kahn there to make the play, and there is one gone, and now Nate Arterburn will be the batter. Arterburn 1 for 1, a 2-strike single his first time up. He's now hitting a 189 for the year. And that pitch misses outside for ball 1. Five to the score. Bottom of the 4th inning. Spartans are leading in this one. They're the home team today. Called strike, and it's 1-1. Ground ball hit up towards the middle. Slow roller fielded by the shortstop. Throw to first in time. Max Rothwarg, the shortstop, judging perfectly the amount of time he had to get to that ball, set, and throw. And gets there just ahead of Arterburn for the 2nd out of the inning. So 2 gone now for Jack Anderson, who is 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout swinging today. That one's down low, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. 2-0. And Anderson takes a cut at the 2-0 pitch, fouls it back. And it's 2-1. Anderson did a little bit of everything yesterday for this team. He's done throughout his career. That ball hit up the middle. Shortstop has it. Rothwarg. Good inning for Rothwarg, who made a couple nice plays at short. A 1-2-3 inning for Lewis in his first inning of work, and we'll move along into the 5th, top of the 5th coming up. It'll be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for Swarthmore. Kittredge, Tolson, and Kedar due up when we return. 8-9-1 this inning to face Tyler Stilson. As the first pitch sent down the line, and it's a fair ball against Stilson. Kittredge will pull into second base with a leadoff double on the first pitch of the inning. So Kittredge hugs the line, and he is in scoring position with nobody out. Now Easton Tolson will be the batter. Tolson reached on an error his first time up. As a runner in scoring position here. Again, 8 RBIs in the season for Tolson. As that one stays up high, ball 1. But of those 8 RBIs, 4 came against the Spartans in the game on Saturday. Here's the 1-0. Inside corner, 1-1. Next pitch will be number 60 for Stilson. No signs of activity in the bullpen currently. Here's the 1-1. Holding his swing there as Tolson as the count goes to 2-1. The hit against Stilson, that double by Kittredge, was the first hit allowed by Stilson since the first inning. Swarthmore trying to take advantage here. It's a 2-1 count. Stilson looks back, now delivers. Outside corner, nice pitch, 2-2. Count. See if this is another high fastball from Stilson. Nope, breaking ball. Hit towards third. Gelly sits back on it. Tough hop, but a nice throw to first to get the out. Good play by Gelly, who's had a couple tough plays at third base that he's handled well. The runner out holds at second, and so that's a big first out for Stilson. But back to the top of the order now with Lior Kedar coming to the plate. And again, Kedar 0 for 1 in this game with a walk and a run scored in the first, flew out to center in the second. But he is a dangerous player at the plate. He's been incredibly impressed with how he has played this week. And the breaking ball, a called strike. It's 0-1. Kedar, from Newtown, Pennsylvania, takes a called strike. Council Rock North High School. O2 offering. Stilson from the first base side of the rubber comes set. Now delivers. Ground ball hit towards short. Arterburn with it. Good base runner, but he gets it there in time for the second out. And once again, holding at second is Kittredge. And with 2 outs now, Kittredge, who had the leadoff double, still standing at second base. And it'll be up to Aiden Sullivan to try to drive him in. Sullivan 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored in the first, and then grounded out on a hard hit ball to the first baseman Camphausen. Dane made a really nice play at first to retire Sullivan in the third inning. That one misses up high, 1-0. 1-0 offering from Stilson. That's letter high for a strike, and it's 1-1. Stilson's 1-1 pitch. That's there for a called strike. Nice job by Stilson, 1-2. The longest start this season by a Spartan has been a 5-inning outing by Archer Stankowski against Heidelberg on February 23rd. As that one grounded towards second. Alonzo there. Stilson will match that. He leaves the leadoff double from Kittredge. Leaves Kittredge stranded. And we will move along into the 6th. The Spartans with a 5-2 lead. We'll move along into the, in the bottom of the 5th, excuse me. It'll be Camphausen, Stilson, and Harms due up when we return. Welcome back again. It is the penultimate game of the Spartan Southern Classic here in Lexington, South Carolina. Tournament will conclude tomorrow. These two teams will face each other again for the 3rd time this week. It'll be a 9:30 start. Again, the start getting moved up 30 minutes. I think that just to help everyone get on their way and head to their respective destinations. The Spartans will drive a little more than halfway back home, where they'll make a stop off in Marietta, stay there Thursday night, play a single game Friday, and then 2 games on Saturday. Then get back home to Cleveland shortly after that. Hard liner the opposite way by Camphausen, but once again, it's Zach Kahn right in the perfect spot to field that one, and there's one gone. Circle that L3 on your scorecard. Again, Kahn, some really nice defense. Really, for both these teams today, there's been some pretty good defense all around. Tyler Stilson, 1 for 2 with an RBI double at the plate. Hits that hard down the third baseline, but foul, 0-1. The double of the first inning was the 2nd double of the season for Stilson. Now has 10 RBIs on the season, one of 3 Spartans to drive in 10 or more runs so far this year. That one hit pretty deep to center field. Kedar going back, but has room. And he'll put that away for the 2nd out. 2 gone. So 2 retired for the man who has been the hardest out to get in Lexington in the last week, Nick Harms. He's 2 for 2 in this one, an RBI double in the first, a single, and then scored a run later in the 3rd. His average up to 366. He came down here to Lexington hitting a 241. and takes a big cut at that one, and it's an 0-1 count. Harms the reigning UAA Athlete of the Week, and he's on pace for another UAA Athlete of the Week honor this week. While outside with that pitch as Lewis misses, it's 1-1. Michael Lewis shares his name with the author. That's foul back. Michael Lewis of Moneyball fame. One-two pitch. Outside, 2-2. Two and two count, 2 away, bases empty, Harms at the plate. And that one just missed. And it looked awfully close from here. Harms will get a little bit extra life at the plate here with a full count, 3-2. Payoff pitch on the way to Harms. That ball hit sky high center field. Rothwag, the shortstop, calls everyone off, makes the catch. The inning is over. Another 1-2-3 inning for Lewis, who has retired all 6 batters he's faced. We'll move along into the top of the 6th. It'll be Silvestri, Buckman, and Beedling. 3, 4, and 5. Heart of the order for Swarthmore when we return. Tyler Stilson becomes the first Spartan starter to make it to the 6th inning this season. He enters the frame with 69 pitches and will face the heart of the order. As the first pitch stays down low, it's 1-0 the count on Silvestri. Silvestri, a .308 hitter entering play today. 0 for 2 with a pair of groundouts in this one. That one popped up pretty deep, actually, to right center. Harms there. Calls off Anderson. And he makes the catch for the first out. So Stilson, with 1 retired, will face Benjamin Buckman. I did confirm, and thank you to Donnie Barnes, who emailed in. Be a lot cooler if I said he called in on the hotline, but we'll say emailed in for now. Let us know that, in fact, East Chapel Hill and Chapel Hill are rivals. So he said probably. So that one misses down and out. Buckman and Stilson have faced each other at some point during their high school careers, although probably a little far away, the 2-year gap to play travel ball and cross paths there. Breaking ball for a called strike. It's 1-1. 5-2 the score. Spartans are leading. They've led ever since the bottom of the first. Stilson has done a great job making the lead hold up. Fastball up and in. Two-one offering. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Two-two offering. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Stilson gets the strikeout. That's just his second strikeout of the game. But he hasn't needed to strike guys out. And this is probably, if you're a Spartan pitcher right now, it's, take a look at what Stilson is doing out there. And he's pitching to contact. He's moving his pitches around. He's mixing them up well. But he's not trying to strike everyone out. And it's worked out well for him here today. First pitch to Max Beedling, the designated hitter, is down low. Beedling with a sacrifice bunt that drove in a run his first time up. Grounded out his second time to the plate. This time pops that up, foul territory, third base side. Kelly gives a look, but it's out of play, and it's a 1-1 count. '79th pitch of the game for Stilson. Just above the letters, 2-1. There's some soft tossing starting in the Spartans bullpen. Tough to see who that is from here, as that one dribbled through the infield for a base hit. They were playing Beedling, the lefty. Arterburn was a little closer to the bag, and that opened up a bit of extra space on that portion of the infield and allowed Beedling to get the base hit. Just the fourth hit allowed today by Stilson, just the second hit allowed since the first inning. Now the batter is Zach Kahn. Kahn 0 for 2 with a ground out to short and a ground out to second. He's hitting at 194 on the year. And Stilson spikes the throw. There's been an epidemic of errant throws to first base on pickoff attempts this week. I've seen more this week than I've seen in a long time, and not from any one team. It's been all over the place. People just having trouble getting that ball to first. Swing and a miss. And Stilson a strike away from getting through the sixth. Beedling the runner at first with 2 away. An 0-2 count and Kahn at the plate. Stilson has come with that high fastball pretty routinely here. This time he leaves the breaking pitch down low and Kahn fouls it off and the count stays at 0-2. Yeah, I kind of like that decision by Stilson there to bypass the high fastball, but I think now 0-2 after Kahn fouled that pitch off, I think you can play around a little. Again, a high fastball or break one off down and away. Really try to bury it. Keep something out of the zone. There's a bit of a higher pitch. Not sure if that was a fastball, but either way, it brings the count to 1-2. So again, that was a more competitive pitch, and you still help to adjust the eye level of the hitter with that. Here's the 1-2 offering. Swing and a miss with the fastball, strike 3. Stilson just overpowered Kahn there with a knee-high fastball. And that will end the 6th. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Stilson, who works around a 2-out single. And we'll move to the bottom of the 6th inning. Alonso, Smith, and Donahue due up when we return. Franco Alonso takes the first pitch outside for a ball from Michael Lewis, who is now in his 3rd inning of work. He's retired all 6 batters he's faced so far in his season debut. It'll be Alonso, Jay Smith, and Sean Donahue due up as Alonso sends one in the air. Center field, Kedar coming over, reaches up and makes the catch. And again, there's that defense that we've seen from Lior Kedar this entire week. He is just a baseball player out there. Like I said, it's tough to make judgments on a few games. But, boy, Kedar has certainly made an impression this week. First pitch to Jay Smith, who has struck out twice, each time with 2 in scoring position, takes a called strike there, and it's 0-1. Outside, ball 1, 1-1. This has been a bit of the opposite of the game yesterday that the Spartans played in, where the teams started off a bit slow at the plate and then scored a bunch of runs late. So that one grounded to first. Kahn takes it to the bag himself for the 2nd out of the inning. Today, we've had 6 runs in the 1st inning and just 1 run since. So now with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th, Sean Donahue will be the batter. Donahue 1 for 2 with a 2 RBI single. You're the Spartans here. You got to be careful with Swarthmore. It feels like you're in control now, but Ithaca would have said the same thing earlier. So that pitch taken for ball 1. And I have to imagine that Jack Anderson is not available for today's game to close it out. That misses down and out for a ball, 2-0. Called strike, 2-1. Down and away, 3-1 count now on Donahue. Donahue had the big hit in the first inning with 2 outs and runners at second and third. Donahue, on the first pitch he saw from Joshua Ranke, singled up the middle to drive in both runs. He now has 3 RBIs on the season. He's hitting at 300, 3 for 10. That one called a strike on the inside corner, and the count goes full on Donahue, 3-2. Here's 3-2. Ground ball foul. The count stays at 3-2 on Donahue with 2 outs and the bases empty. Spartans still looking for their first hit against Michael Lewis, who's now in his 3rd inning of work. 3-2. Up high, and that'll be the first base runner against Lewis. It ends a stretch of 10 straight Spartans who are retired. And so with 2 outs now, Calvin Jelly will come to the plate. Jelly 0 for 1. That pitch taken inside for a ball. He drew a walk in his first at bat, and his last time up hit a scorcher down the first baseline. Took a nice play from Zach Kahn to rob him of a base hit. Jelly, who's making his 2nd start, appearing in the 3rd game of his career. The first year still looking for his first collegiate hit. Outside, 2-0. That ball in the air, right field, coming in and making the catch is Sullivan for the final out. Another nice hit ball by Gelly, but unable to find his first collegiate hit. It'll come eventually for him as we move into the 7th. It's 5-2, Spartans leading. We'll be back in just a minute. Well, Tyler Stilson will pitch into the 7th. He's up to 85 pitches today. The Spartans have the bullpen going. That's Zach Carinci out there who is warming up. Defensive changes for the Spartans, who bring Matt Trout, a solid defensive center fielder, into the game. Jack Anderson moves to left as the first pitch up high to Max Rothwarg, and it's 1-0. So Anderson in left. Trout will hit in Jay Smith's spot in the order. That's 6th in the lineup. Another one up high, and it's 2-0. Steve Stilson can settle down a bit here as the 2-0 on the way. And that one's in the dirt, skips away, and it's 3-0. Called strike, outside corner, 3-1. This is new territory for Stilson, whose longest start of the season last year was 5 2/3 innings. That came against Oswego State here in South Carolina, and Brandeis as well. There's a called strike at the knees, and it's a full count, 3-2 on the 90th pitch of the game from Stilson. The most pitches he threw in a game was 99. He's 9 away from that. Here's his 3-2. Ground ball hit towards third. Gelly can't handle it, and it rolls away, and that'll be an error to start the inning on the third baseman, Gelly. Hard hit ball, but one he should have had. Just snuck under his glove, and there'll be a runner on with nobody out for Nathaniel Kittredge. Kittredge has one of the 4 hits in the game off of Stilson. He doubled back in the 5th inning. Now hitting a 308 on the year. Double play depth in the infield for the Spartans, who will look to turn 2 and a ball to one of their middle infielders. First pitch is in the dirt, ball 1. We'll see how much longer Stilson has in this game. I would imagine Carinci will be ready when needed. That ball lifted in the air towards the gap. Right center field, coming over is Harms, and that'll drop in for a base hit. He gets it in quickly, but runners at first and third now with nobody out. As Kittredge gets his second hit of the game. And I think that's going to be it for Stilson. And indeed, head coach Matt Englander going to the bullpen, but a tremendous start for Stilson, who gives the Spartans some much-needed length pitching into the 7th inning. He's the first Case Western Reserve starter to do that this season, and he'll now turn it over to the bullpen as the team will try to preserve a 3-run lead. 5-2 the score, tying run coming to the plate. New pitcher is Zach Carinci when we return. Well, Zach Carinci is on the mound for the Spartans. Good to see Zach out there. Zach pitched in 1 game so far this season. The graduate student allowed 2 runs on 2 hits with no walks and 2 strikeouts in his only appearance so far. It was his first appearance on the mound since the end of his junior year in the NCAA tournament, when against Adrian he pitched an inning, and that was the first time he had pitched all that season. Zach, who came in and was a dominating closer for the Spartans after also being a really good third baseman, one of the better hitters in program history, but dealt with some shoulder injuries, had a couple of surgeries, and he's finally back out on the mound, and we'll see if Carinci, who has that real sidearm delivery, slings it in there pretty good, can try to get a couple of outs here and preserve what is a 3-run Spartan lead. Zach out of Twinsburg, Ohio, the graduate student who opted to come to Case Western Reserve, or to stay at Case Western Reserve and play his 5th season of baseball. And he's going to come into a high-pressure situation here with 2 on. And nobody out. Runners on the corners. Easton Tolson, the batter, 0 for 2 in the game. Squares to bunt here. The runner goes, and he will take second without a throw. It's a ball at the plate as the count goes to 1-0. So now 2 in scoring position. Pardon me, 0-1. The 0-1 from Carinci. That one stays up high, 1-1 the count. One pitch, that in the air, down the line and right, tailing foul, and it'll get out of play. 1-2. Carinci comes set. Here's his 1-2 offering. He rocks and delivers. Ground ball, that'll get through for a base hit. In to score from third is Rothward. And it'll be runners on the corners. The tying runs on the base paths now after the RBI single from Tolson. His 9th RBI of the season, 5 of which have come in the 2 games against the Spartans. Kittredge, the runner at third now. And that'll bring up a tough out in Liar Kedar, who is 0 for 2 today with a walk and a run scored. First pitch. That one hit hard down the line, but foul. Austin McGowan has gotten up in the Spartan bullpen and is beginning to throw. Carinci throws over to first. Ground ball back to the pitcher. Carinci has it. He'll come home with it. The tag is applied for the out. Good heads-up play by Zach Carinci, who is a great defensive third baseman. And there makes a heads-up play, and that is a great job by Carinci to field that cleanly and get it home. So 1 out now. That'll bring up Aiden Sullivan. First pitch in there for a strike, 0-1. Sullivan 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored in the first. Fouled away, 0-2. For his career, Zach 2-1 over 19 appearances with a 2.01 ERA and 8 saves. 31 and a third career innings. He's allowed just 20 hits, a 185 opponent's average. He struck out 35 in 31 innings. That one fouled back, and Sullivan stays alive. But again, I think the question is fair to be asked is, what is Zach Currency at this point in his career after a few injuries? Facing a lefty here. The 0-2 pitch on the way from Currency with 2 on and 1 away. Ground ball hit up towards the middle. Tough hop for Alonso, and it gets past him. Everyone is safe. That's got to be a base hit there on a tough hop, and that is just a bad break. If Alonso is able to get to that one, it was just rolling and just took a tough hop. That ends up in his glove. That's an inning-ending double play. Instead, it will load the bases with 1 away and bring up another tough hitter in Matthew Silvestri, who's batting at .286 on the year. Silvestri 0 for 3 in this one. 2 ground outs and a fly out to right. The potential game-tying runs are now in scoring position at second and third in a 5-3 game. The potential go-ahead run is at first for Swarthmore. Here's the 1-0. Called strike, 1-1. That is just a rough break for the Spartans, who came awfully close to getting out of that inning with a double play. Down and in, 2-1. Outside, 3-1. No place to put the runner. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Silvestri knows he's going to get something to hit, and he sends it foul, 3-2. Full count, bases loaded, 1 away, and a 2-run game in the 7th. The pitch from Currency. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Currency gets the strikeout for the second out of the inning, and needs just one more to get through the inning and keep the lead intact. The cleanup hitter, Benjamin Buckman, coming to the plate. Buckman hitting a .293 on the year with 2 home runs and 6 runs batted in. That pitch misses down and in for ball 1, 1-0. Buckman 1 for 3 with a single and 2 strikeouts today. Well up and out, 2-0. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That one in the air, center field, deep, Trout there, lines it up and makes the catch to end the inning. And Zach Currency comes into the game with the tying runs on the base paths, or at the plate, I should say, and is able to limit the damage, leaving the bases loaded. 1 run, 3 hits, an error, and 3 men left on base in the 7th. We'll go to the bottom of the inning. 9-1-2 for Case Western Reserve due up. Arterburn, Anderson, and Camphausen when we come back. Well, Michael Lewis has been fantastic in his season debut on the mound for Swarthmore. In his 3 innings of work, he's thrown 34 pitches. He's yet to allow a hit or a run. He's walked just 1. He's faced 1 batter over the minimum. Spartans have been unable to break through against him, including Nate Arterburn, who comes to the plate 0 for 1 against Lewis. 1 for 2 overall in the day. Again, it's been a nice start to the game here, a nice outing for Lewis, who can try to keep it going. First pitch by Arterburn, hitting to center field, and there to field it is Kedar for the out, 1 gone. So a quick first out to the inning. And now Jack Anderson will step to the plate. Anderson 1 for 3. Takes ball 1, 1-0. Anderson now playing left field for the Spartans. Two and 0. Jack extended his hitting streak to team high 11 games with his hit earlier today. Takes that down low, and it's now 3-0. That's every game this season. He's reached base in all 11 games now as well for the Spartans. Called strike on the outside corner. Anderson was taking all the way there, and it's 3-1. Dane Camphausen waiting out on deck. 2-run lead for the Spartans. Trying to get some insurance runs here heading into the final few innings, and Anderson takes the pitch down low for a ball. Second walk issued. So now Dane Camphausen comes to the plate. Camphausen 0 for 3 in this one, and he's hit by the pitch. So 2 runners on. And now Tyler Stilson, who is currently in line for the win on the mound. He would become just the second Spartan starter this season as the umpires will talk this one over. I wonder if they're saying that maybe hit Camphausen's bat. No, well, call everyone safe. And we're going to get a call to the bullpen here. So Lewis's day is done. Pitching change for Swarthmore. We'll tell you who's coming in when we come back. Well, if Swarthmore is able to come back and win this one, they'll have Michael Lewis to thank for it, who really stabilized this game from a pitching perspective. And he'll turn things over now to Wyatt Fell with 2 on and 1 out. Fell, the sophomore, a righty out of Montclair, New Jersey. And this will be his first career appearance for Swarthmore. So Fell will make what at least appears to be his collegiate debut here today against the Spartans. And we'll come into a bit of a tough situation with 2 on, 1 away. And Tyler Stilson coming to the plate. Stilson hitting a .432 on the year. First pitch on the way to Stilson. Outside corner, good velocity on that for a called strike, 0-1. Three pitchers today for Swarthmore. 3 pitchers they've used so far. It's on the lower corner for another strike, 0-2. Have pitched to a grand total of 2 batters coming into today combined, and this has probably been one of the better pitch games we've seen all weekend. All week, I should say. Head of the count, 0-2 on Stilson with 1 out. See what Fell's secondary pitches look like as Stilson sends down the air, deep towards right, but playable. Over to get it is the right fielder, and the ball will get away. And everyone moves up. So goes a fly out. Camphausen and Anderson each move up 90 feet, and that'll bring Nick Harms to the plate in a big RBI chance here to try to add on to the Spartan lead. 2 outs, 2 on for Harms, and I think there's serious thoughts as whether or not you want to pitch to Harms here, and if you do, how carefully you'd like to pitch. Franco Alonso has been red hot behind him as well, but no one here has been hotter than Nick Harms, who has 2 more hits today. Hits that one towards the shortstop. Backhanded. throw is a little low, and Harms is safe. Harms beat that out. I think he beat the throw. That's just a straight infield single for Harms, and it brings across the 6th run of the game for the Spartans. Harms was absolutely busting it down the line. And boy, I will tell you again, the base running, the hustle, everything from Nick Harms the last 5 games has been just unbelievably impressive. This is some of the best baseball we've seen Nick play, and Nick has played some really good baseball during his time here. That one's high and gets away. It goes all the way to the backstop. Here comes Dane Camphausen, and he'll score. So the Spartans will add on 2 big insurance runs here. It's now 7-3. Again, credit Nick Harms running down that baseline to extend the inning. 2 runs have come across. It's now a 4-run game. That's the largest lead of the game for the Spartans. Alonso trying to add on more with a big hit here. Takes that up high, and it's 2-0. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Alonso. That one's through for a base hit. Harms will be waved around third. Here comes the throw to the plate. It's cut off the throw, not in time. And once again, Nick Harms with some good base running scores. It's another RBI hit for Franco Alonso, and it's now an 8-3 game. There has been so much good this inning for the Spartans, and it's not good in a way that you're looking at, oh, it's a home run, oh, it's a, double in the gap. It has been good baseball fundamentals this inning for the Spartans, and that has been the difference so far. So now Matt Trout getting his first at bat of the game since checking in as a defensive replacement. He'll bat here with 2 outs and a runner on, takes the first pitch up high, 1-0. 8-3 now the scores. The Spartans increase their lead to 5 runs. Trout trying to keep the line moving. Here's the 1-0. Called strike, and it's 1-1. Trout had some really good at-bats last night where we saw him take a lot of pitches. A little bit of a different approach than we're used to seeing from Matt, and it was effective yesterday. I think he walked 4 times in the game. That one's outside. Yeah, last night against Ithaca, Trout with 4 walks. It's 2-1 here. And that's inside, and it hit him. I'm pretty sure that's Thomas Downs shouting from the dugout in his very distinctive voice. He hasn't had any at-bats the last 2 days. That's about right. He actually had 1 yesterday, but again, Trout on base again here, and now 2 on, 2 away. And that will bring Sean Donahue to the plate, who had the big 2 RBI single back in the first inning. Takes that one on the outside corner from Fell for a called strike, 0-1. Donahue 1 for 2 with a walk, 2 RBIs. That one just above the letters. Ball 1, 1-1. framed nicely by the catcher, Buckman, there. I think he bought his pitcher a strike with that one as the count goes to 1-2. Calvin Gelly out on deck. A 1-2 offering on the way. Runner goes, the pitch swung on and fouled back. Here's the 1-2. 2 away. That ball in the air, deep towards center. Going back is Kedar. Has a beat on it, reaches up and makes the catch to end the inning. And that will do it for the Spartans in the 7th, but they add to their lead with 3 runs on 2 hits, and it's now an 8-3 game as we move along into the 8th. Beedling, followed by Kahn and Rothward, 4, 5, and 6 in the lineup for Swarthmore when we return. Well, Case Western Reserve needed that outburst in the bottom of the 7th. 3 runs that extend their lead to 8-3. And we'll see if Zach Carinci can pick up where he left off last inning. Delivers a first pitch strike to Max Beedling in its own one. Carinci threw 19 pitches. Allowed 1 run that wasn't on his record. Went against Stilson, as that's up high for a ball, 1-1. Final line on Tyler Stilson, who's in line for the win if the score holds. 6 innings. He allowed just 5 hits and a walk. Gave up 3 runs, only 1 of them earned. He struck out 4. Here's the 1-1. I can assure you after that we will see more of Tyler Stilson on the mound this year. That is the best start this season by a Spartan. Another one fouled off. That ball into center. Trout puts it away for the first out. One gone. So one retired in the top of the 8th. Zach Kahn will be the batter. Kahn at the plate. First pitch swinging, sends it foul down the left field line, 0-1. Again, these two teams will face each other for a final time tomorrow. That game is scheduled now for a 9:30 a.m. start. So again, 9:30 tomorrow between these two teams in the finale of the Spartan Southern Classic. Kahn singles through the left side of the infield, and he's on with a base hit. So a one-out single for Kahn. Max Rothwarg will be the batter with a runner on and one away. Rothwarg hitting a .256 on the season. Reached on an error and scored a run his last time up. 0 for 3 in the game. Letter high strike from Carinci, and it's 0-1. Pickoff attempt at first. Kahn one stolen base on 2 attempts this year as that's fouled away, 0-2 on Rothwarg. Here's the 0-2. One and two. That one bounced back to the pitcher. Carinci with it. He'll get the shore out at first. Smart play with a 5-run lead, and there's 2 gone. So 2 outs now, and Nathan Kittredge will be the batter. Kittredge hitting at .325. He's one of the few Swarthmore players that actually hit the ball well against Stilson. He finished the game with a pair of, or had 2 hits, I should say, off Stilson, as that one grounded foul down the third base side, 0-1. 2 away runner at second base, 8-3 the score in the top of the 8th. Carinci gives a look back to second. Now Roxon delivers. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Outside, 1-2. This is Kittredge at the plate, the 8-hitter in the lineup. Singled in his last at bat. Fouls that one off. This is his first time facing Carinci today. Kittredge's single last inning. Chase Stilson from the game. Here's the 1-2. Up high, 2-2. Fouled away. Two-two. Little outside, full count 3-2. First base open with 2 outs, so the runner at second will have to hold here. No early start. Three-two pitch on the way from Carinci, and Kittredge calls a timeout. Properly notated in the umpire's notebook. And now the third base coach for Swarthmore will have a talk with Kittredge. And I think that counts as 2 separate timeouts. Not sure. I guess it's 1. Yeah, signal that up here. 1 for the batter, and then that's the first one called by Swarthmore. We really have not seen a lot of mound visits in this one. It's been a pretty clean game. I think we coming close to the 3-hour mark here as that one's fouled away. Here's the 3-2. Ground ball first base side. Camphausen is there, gloves it, runs it to the bag. That'll end the inning. A scoreless 8th for Carinci, and we'll move along into the bottom of the frame. The Spartans, hoping this will be their last at bat, will send Gelly, Arterburn, and Anderson up. 8, 9, and 1 in the order when we come back. Welcome back again. Is some changes here for Swarthmore as that pitch down and in. Calvin Gelly at the plate. Sliding from second to short is Kittredge. Taking over at second base will be Andrew Furco. New catcher is Francisco Mora. That's in the dirt. And the count is 2-2. On the mound is Daniel Lombardo as Gelly hits that into shallow center. And Kedar makes the catch for the first out. One gone. Nate Arterburn now coming to the plate. Arterburn 1 for 3. This will be the 4th appearance of the season for Lombardo, the sophomore lefty out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. He's thrown 4 innings, allowed 8 runs, 5 of which were earned on 6 hits and 6 walks, 1 strikeout. That one's sitting towards the gap by Arterburn, and that's down for extra bases. Arterburn will turn the corner at first. He's going to dig for second. Here comes the throw. It's up the line. Arterburn dives in safe. Came in up the tag. Under the tag, excuse me. So Arterburn with the double, his first double of the season, second extra base hit. And he's in scoring position now for Jack Anderson with 1 away. Anderson 1 for 3 in the game. Anderson walked and scored a run his last time up. Hitting streak now at 11 games this year. It stretches back into last year as well. Want to know the count on Anderson. Make it 2-0 as that one misses up and out. (8-3) the score. Spartans leading in this one. They've led since the bottom of the first. That one's low ball 3, 3-0. Here's the 3-0 to Jack. And he takes it ball 4. So Jack Anderson draws a walk for his second straight plate appearance. This one on 4 straight pitches, and now Dane Camphausen will be the batter. Camphausen hitless so far today, 0 for 3. Was hit by a pitch his last time up and came around to score a run. His average of 404 for the year. He swings and misses at that one, 0-1 the count. Now the 0-1. Well up and out, 1-1. Again, the two teams will play the rubber match tomorrow in this series. The final game here at Lexington County Baseball Stadium. At a 9:30 start scheduled for tomorrow. In the dirt, gets away, and everyone will move up a base. Count goes to 2-1 at the plate on Camphausen. Arterburn to third. Anderson to second. Fastball on the outside portion of the plate for a strike, and it's 2-2. Camphausen goes the other way with that, clubs it into the visiting bullpen here, and the count stays at 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Camphausen grounds that one towards short. Fielded there. The throw to first in time to get him. That's Kittredge, the new shortstop. A run comes in to score, though, and the Spartans increase their lead to 9-3. They're in top by 6 now. Now Tyler Stilson comes to the plate looking to add on further. Up high, ball 1. One and one. Called strike against Stilson. Tyler hitting a .422 on the year. Had an RBI double in his first at bat of the game. Back in the first inning. Fouls that one back. He's now 1 for 4 today. And again, started, went 6 innings, and is currently in line for the win should the Spartans hold on. Here's the 1-2. Outside, 2-2. I would imagine that the Spartans are going to see the same pitcher they saw to start the weekend. That is Noah Potholm, who would be pitching on normal rest tomorrow, 4 days rest. So you would think he would be the pitcher. Potholm has now made 2 strong starts against the Spartans each of the last 2 years. Swing and a miss, and that'll be strike 3 to end the inning. But the Spartans add on a run. On 1 hit, they leave a man stranded. We'll go to the 9th, last chance for Swarthmore. They're down 6, 9-1-2 in their order, due up when we return. Welcome back. Is Zach Carinci on the mound. And if he's able to close this one out, he'd pick up his first save since 2022. It'd be a nice one for Zach to get here. A good outing for him so far. So Zach's last save, looking it up here, March 27th, 2022 versus Emory. We got a pinch hitter here for Swarthmore, for Tolson. This will be Jackson Clemens. First pitch to Clemens. Down and in for a ball, 1-0. Corinzi up to 40 pitches. Here's the 1-0. Up and in, 2-0. There's a called strike, 2-1. Corinzi came into the game with runners on at first and third and nobody out. At the time, it was a 5-2 Case Western Reserve lead, so the tying run at the plate, as that misses up high, 3-1. Zach went on to allow a run, but limited the damage to just that one run, and then the Spartans added to their lead, answered with 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th, 1 in the 8th. That's where we stand. That one fouled off of Clemens' foot. I believe for Clemens, this is his first at-bat of the season. And if that is the case, it's his first career at-bat for the first-year player out of Chevy Chase, Maryland, Bethesda Chevy Chase High School. And it hit him. So Clemens hit by the pitch, just got his hands, and he'll be on the leadoff runner on in the 9th for Swarthmore. There is action in the bullpen for the Spartans. That one bunted. Good bunt, but Corinzi, who fields the position well, throws on to first to get the out. And there's one gone. So Kedar, no sacrifice there. Yeah, if he wasn't bunting for a base hit, he got a mixed sign there, but that just goes as a 1-3 putout. There's no sacrifice on that one. There's no point in sacrificing down 6 runs in the 9th. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. This is a pinch hitter. This will be Watson. Count evens 1-1. Two and one now, the count. One's foul back, 2-2. Two and two count, one away. And staying alive there is Watson. Charles Watson at the plate, getting the pinch hit. Watson, a sophomore out of Walnut Creek, California. 0 for 3 entering the game today. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's 2 outs. So 2 gone. We'll get another pinch hitter here. This will be Brad Johnston coming to the plate. Johnston, excuse me. Takes the first pitch outside, ball 1. Johnston hitting a 156 on the year. Carinci trying to close this one out. It's a 6-run lead for the Spartans. Called strike, and it's 1-1. Just above the letters, it's 2-1. And for Carinci now up to 55 pitches. This has been a really solid outing, and while the score seems a bit more lopsided now, this team was on the precipice of giving up the lead, and Carinci threw up the stop sign and is now a strike away from closing this one out. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll do it. The Spartans get the win. Final score 9-3 as Case Western Reserve picks up the victory over Swarthmore. A good all-around game. The Spartans getting a great starting effort from Tyler Stilson, and then Zach Carinci pitching well, and just a solid hitting game as well. All around, a great effort for the Spartans. One of their better all-around games they've played so far this year. Swarthmore will fall to 6-7 with the loss, while Case Western Reserve improves to 7-4. Winning pitcher is Tyler Stilson. He's 1-0. The save goes to Zach Carinci. Again, that's his 9th career save and his first since March 27th, 2022. The losing pitcher is starter Joshua Ranke. He is 0-1 on the year. The game lasted 2 hours and 52 minutes. Attendance here was 164. I want to thank everyone again for joining us. A reminder that we will see you tomorrow as these two teams will face each other to wrap up play at the Spartan Southern Classic. That game scheduled for 9:30 start. Final score once again, 9-3. Spartans with the win. Have a great day, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early.